Hey, Parser people. Happy Monday. We are back with our project, with the game that we are translating. I want to say, re-implementing maybe. And so our real goal today is to recreate a game that already exists. It's to turn a game that has sort of captured me in a way that I can't totally explain, but I really liked it. And turn it into something new, something different. The goal today is to continue from last week. So last week we started with we started with re-implementing Wychwood, a 1985 BBC micro game by Geoff Larsen. And what captured me about this game? So the beginnings of what captured me about this game is really the introduction. So I'm gonna start with that introduction again from the actual game. So just to give us a little tour of what we've got going. We've got my references up in the top right. These are a live on the internet version of the game that's at bbcmicro.co.uk. It is an emulated version by the BBC Micro Games Archive. So that's really, really cool. I really appreciate that, these exist, whether it's on archive.org or any of the other archive sites, that we can play these games live is a real gift. But I also know that a lot of people don't want to play an emulator online. So that's kind of where my head's at in translating it to Inform. So we've also got my original playthrough of Wychwood. The original game itself took, as I'm scrubbing, it took 2.5 hours to get through, and I think a couple times I had to reference the walkthrough from the Casa, which I don't entirely remember what it stands for, but it's a full walkthrough of the game. So in case we get stuck, we know where we're going. We are about here. So we've got a good bit to go still. But I think we've done the setup, and I think we can get pretty far. We'll see. And then I also have the interactive fiction database, which doesn't have too much information anymore, but kind of points at why I want to recreate this game in something that modern audiences might play. Only 2 people have listed this as something that they have played. I am one of them. So one other person has flagged this on the interactive fiction database as something that they've played. And this is something that anybody can play right now on their web browser if they wanted. So that's kind of why I want to recreate it. I think, I called this, maybe not a diamond in the rough, but I called it like a semi-precious stone. This is something that is super interesting to me as someone who's now played upwards of 50 interactive fiction games over the past year. We're talking about a game that I think a lot of people haven't seen, haven't played, and it's one of, how many games are from 1985? This is right in the middle of really the height of text adventures and interactive fiction. But I think there's something interesting here. There's some really interesting mechanics here. There's some really interesting calls from a game design perspective and from like an interactive fiction perspective. We have this awesome intro, which I'll get to in a second. We have, and maybe Geoff Larsen's infatuation with it is maybe a bit overused, but we have the time aspect. This is a timed game. You can, in fact, lose just simply by taking too long. Too many steps, too many backing, and I think that's interesting given the length of the game. 2.5 hours to beat and 2.5 hours for me to beat, which, if I remember right, includes a soft lock. It's not that long a game. So I think including the time aspect is actually good design in this case. If you compare this to like Suspended, which also has a very strict time limit, maybe it needs a little more time, but I really do think that there's something here. I'm interested in it. Okay. So that's what's in the top right. So in the bottom right, as always when it's just me, is just the transcript of what I'm saying using web captioner. Just super, super nice. I really like it. And I think it's fair and good. And then, okay, so we have the Inform window, and we got a lot done. So let's look at these results. We got 2,000 words in the source text. We did 17 rooms. We did 26 things. That's impressive. That's not nothing. For context, I've got my test project game up in another window off stream, and that's 7,655 words now, with 19 rooms and 64 things. So, and that's a lot more work. But I think this is super, super interesting to see the difference between me trying to create a game for modern IF audiences versus what existed in 1985, what could be built. And we talked a little bit about the differences between British interactive fiction in 1985 and even American interactive fiction in 1985. But I think even more striking is like the current world of Parser IF versus what it was then. I mean, this is the Quill. This is built for enthusiasts to create. And one of the things that I love about Inform, as opposed to other programming languages, is that it is also designed for enthusiasts to create. Not necessarily as a professional system, although I genuinely think you could, with a little, real elbow grease and knowledge, create something new. And create something on a if not professional, then definitely semi-professional level. Prosumer, as it were. But, okay. So, just as a refresh, the way that Inform is laid out, we have 2 panes. And we can move them around if we really want. We have 2 panes. We have, on the left, we have the actual code. And we could change what this is. We could say results, testing, the index, documentation, all this kind of stuff. Contents, source. Ooh, I've never actually looked at the contents. That's interesting. Now I'm curious. So we're actually going to... Whoa! That's really cool. So yeah. So we're going to do a few things. We're going to start with sort of going through what we have so far, and we're going to put some organization to this so that we feel a little bit better and can traverse the code maybe a little bit quicker, and then we're going to really get into things. But we didn't talk about the right-hand side. So the right-hand side, we could look at a lot of the same things. Report, the console. We could, for some reason, have 2 versions of the source. Does it sync? Let's find out. It does sync. That's kind of cool. But most importantly, we can have the story as it would be compiled up here, which I think is super, super valuable. We can see, okay, there's a heading. There's all this kind of stuff. So the other thing that we can do is we can pull up documentation on the fly. We have Writing with Inform, the main documentation. And we also have the Inform recipe book, which can be really useful for copy-pastable code. And yeah, people say don't copy-paste because then you won't understand it, but I'm not one of those people. We talked about last week how I do code actually for a living, but I don't... I'm not a very clean coder. I'm not a very professional coder, even though I code professionally, if that makes any sense. So having copy-pastable code that I can then edit, super valuable. I think, it's the same idea as like looking stuff up on Stack Overflow or something like that. To that end, though, there is a Stack Overflow community. Googling things about Inform is actually not that difficult. So anyway, all of this stuff, I think, points us in a good direction. I think we left last week with a really great situation. So let's play through what we have so far. So we have the introduction. You have served your 6-month sentence for burglary, and now you hope to benefit from what you have learned. Old Jones was a good mate to you. Mind you, Jonesy doesn't realize how much information was given away whilst asleep. Sleep talking is a fairly common occurrence, I suppose. The sly old devil. Pulled off a bank robbery 3 years ago and saw that the money was never recovered. $1.5 grand stashed away where nobody would find it. Nobody except you, that is. Poor old Jones was arrested in the village of Lower Ashley sans loot. The robbery had been from one of the banks in Greater Mudchester, 10 miles south. Lying between the two, of course, is Wychwood. Good old Jonesy, Wychwood. From what you have heard while the old codger was giving it Zeds, the money is stashed away in the vicinity of Wychwood Manor. It could still take some finding, of course, but you know how old Jonesy thinks, don't you? When you get to Wychwood, your instincts should help you. 6 months isn't long enough to dull your senses. The car was easy enough to nick, huh? Don't care much for the color, but that's the least of your concerns. Can't be much farther now. Nah, there's the turning for Wychwood. I'll park the car here. The road is quite off the beaten track anyway. Nobody should be snooping around at this time of morning. Not even 7 yet. Right, here goes. Wychwood, translated from version E4 to Inform 7 by me. Oh my gosh. It's originally by Geoff Larsen. And we can set release numbers and that kind of thing. I think we can even set like serial numbers, although that's really just set to the date. Inform 7, we're using the latest version that I could download. I have no idea what the D stands for. So, okay, let's do this. Let's play through what we've got. Just trying to make sure that everything works. And then our next step will be to use headings to organize what the heck we did last week. This is something I just learned about, and oh my gosh, the amount of value I've gotten out of doing so on my other super secret project is just immense. I cannot say. I really wish that I had read the article that I had read to find out about this. But let's play through really quick. It shouldn't be too long, and it's a good way to refamiliarize ourselves with what the heck we are doing. So, we're parked. The car is parked in a country lane which leads east. The sound of singing birds fills the crisp, fresh air of an early autumn morning. So, we can look at the car. I've already searched the car. There's nothing inside of any use. Can we search the car? We get the same answer. Great. We can, I guess, go east. Now, we talked about this a lot last time, so I'm not going to harp on it too much. Again, the purpose of this exercise, for myself anyway, is to recreate the original text. You know, I'm not really looking to turn this into something of great value in the sense of expanding beyond what's in the original text. For a modern audience, there's a lot of sense words here in the writing. This is one of the things that really brought me into this game was, you know, yeah, I can't use the parser to say listen, but yeah, I can feel the crisp fresh air. You know, I can hear the sound of singing birds. These are things that, and I mentioned this on Twitter, that like my next step with this project after getting it translated is to expand on it and do those things and have something like listen, work, and do something with the existing descriptions of senses. So, okay. Car is parked in a country lane which leads east. We go east. A splashing sound comes from the east. The T-junction leads north, east, and west. Well, we know it's west. Let's continue east. A lovely house overlooks a small pond of lilies. The lane turns away to the north and east. The junction is west. So there's this lovely house. But in the original text, there's no use for this house. It's just literally scenery, as opposed to the technical scenery, which is something that we cannot get, but we can examine. This is, again, an opportunity for later. One thing, though, that we didn't accomplish is a distant church clock strikes 7. What I want to do, one of the things I want to do today is find out how many turns it is between the hour marks. In Inform 7, 1 turn is 1 minute, at least by default. We can always change that. So I want to see exactly how long it's supposed to be. But in the current system, we have at least the motion to 7. The amount of turns from beginning to 7 o'clock is correct. It's 5 turns, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So, okay. Let's continue east. We're at the southern pond. The pond appears to be deeper here, and rising bubbles indicate the presence of pond life. The house lies west, and the lane, not the line. Hey, let's correct some typos. And the lane bends north. So what we can do here is nothing. We need to follow the lane north. So this brings up actually what we can do, though. Just to show off these 3 buttons, we have go, replay, and release. Release is for later. We will not be releasing on this stream because I will, if we finish, I'll release as a beta and send it to some friends to have them make sure that it actually works. And then, but we do have go and replay. Go starts the game from the beginning, but replay is everything that we have done. So, for example, we should have, and the lane bends north. Excellent. So here a notice stands beside the pond. The lane bends east-west around the water. Again, so we have a comment here, weird mapping here, go east from northern pond leads to southern pond. There's no way to do that in Inform. Actually. So if we try to go east right now, I can't go that way, but what we can do is go back to our old friend instead. So instead of going east, now go south? Is that what we can do? No. So this kind of brings up the report on translation. So the bug reporting. You wrote instead. Well, it would help if I spelled instead correctly. Let's try that again. Okay. Now go south. That's not the way to write that. Let me look up. And this is why I have my project up. Because what I did with my project was basically go, okay, here are all the things that I can think of. Let me throw it all at once. Let me learn how to do these different kinds of things. And one of the things is, that's it, is that I have an action that moves you around the map. So it's try going south. Now let's hit replay. Let's try, instead of going east, in the northern pond. Because I think we were doing that every time that we go east. Yeah, and then we end up in the southern pond. So, you know, maybe this, it says around the water. Maybe that means that the intent was that you walk all the way around the pond. Now, who knows if that should add an extra turn or something like that. You know, maybe in this case we don't have absolutely perfect one-to-one with the BBC Micro. Again, I'm reverse engineering this. I'm not looking at code. And maybe I should be to catch everything, but I'm okay with not. So cool. We actually solved one of the things that we left kind of unanswered last time. So let's look at the syntax really quickly. So we have our good friend instead. So that interrupts the action. It says, all right, you said go east, but we're going to do something else. There's some complicated controls there in Inform on how to do that exactly. I will be honest, I don't know all of them. And in some cases, I use different ones, but it's really just bashing different clauses in there to say, okay, you know, maybe we do this in a way that just works on the end user side and isn't quite exactly right. But that's okay. You know, I'm definitely someone who is more interested in the user than in the code, so long as the code serves the user. Okay, so let's go back to the northern pond real quick. So let's read this notice. And in the actual original game, X doesn't work. This is one of the reasons why I want to modernize it just a little bit. Let's use the language that exists in current IF. Just a little. No dumping. Okay. Cool. Okay. So one of the kind of annoying puzzles here is X pond. I can see steel piping here. And you look, and we have it. Get piping. Taken. Excellent. So we have the piping. Now, we go west, it goes to the house. We go east, we go north, we go east, it goes to the southern pond. Perfect. All right. So we can go west, we're outside the house, we're at the T-junction. You know, what does it say when nothing happens? Okay. The actual original one says, I don't understand that, try some different words. I prefer, I beg your pardon. I think that's clearer. Okay. What happens if you do that? Yeah, it gives you the same thing. Nah. We're going to use the Inform basic stuff. So, okay, we're on a mansion lane now. So we've gone all the way back to the T-junction, gone north. We're on a mansion lane. The lane lies north towards a large rambling mansion in the distance. Again, I think there's some things that are a little uncomfortable for a modern audience. Like maybe we should say something about what's south in the case that we come back here. But I want to use the actual like descriptions here. We can always come back and expand it in a future version. But this version I want to be just purely what it is. Anyway, So let's go north. We're on narrow dirt roads. I'm south of the mansion with narrow dirt roads to either side of me. And one of the things that I think is maybe a little weak in the descriptions here is we switch between a declarative kind of description to a first-person description. Again, I just want to use the existing text. That's just me. All right, we go east. I'm outside a windowless portable cabin. Footprints are visible in the dry, dusty earth. If we X the footprints, unusual. We X the cabin, it's locked. Cool. Still not sure what a portable cabin is, to be fair. Okay, so we can't do anything there. Open cabin. We'll get there. Narrow dirt roads. So let's go back west. Let's go west again. We're outside the west cabin. I'm outside a portable cabin. A small window looks east. We're going to open the door. I can't go that way. Okay. Let's X the cabin. It's unlocked. Enter cabin. First opening the cabin door. Interesting. I can't go that way. Why can't we? Open cabin door. Okay. So we've got a little bit of a bug here. Open door. I can't go that way. Why not? So part of it is the naming convention here. But I think... Can we X the cabin door? No, we're stuck on this. That's interesting. Enter cabin. Enter west cabin? Why can't we go that way? Alright, let's, what happens if we just go west? I can't go that way. Interesting. Okay, and this is where the index comes in handy. So we've used this a little bit. We're going to use it more as we go. But we have a map. Yeah, we should just be able to go west. Why can't we? Starting early with some bugs. This is good though. And this is why, kind of coming back to the project, I wanted to play through to find some issues. Unfortunately, we can't go much further with this until we do this. But, alright. We'll just flag that and move on for the moment. Alright, front lawn. I'm inside the gateway of the mansion. The path leads north and a side path curves west. We go north. Can't go that way because we haven't created it yet. We go west. I'm west of the front lawn. A heavy stone slab lies on the ground. Well, the solution to this puzzle is pushing the slab. A bat swoops out past me. I can also see steps down, so we can go down now. Bottom of the stone steps. I'm at the bottom of the stone steps beside a heavy wooden door. Open door. We enter the tunnel. So something that I struggled with in the original game that I think Inform does better is it tells you, hey, you've moved. In the dim light, I can barely see that a small low tunnel leads north away from the door. So we can go north. Stone steps lead down. The stone walls are dripping water and a dank smell hangs heavy in the air. I'm on the stone steps above a trapdoor. Lift door. I can also see steps down. Everything's dark. I can't see. I feel a cord in front of me. Click. I'm in a small circular room. And we're actually going to do that slightly differently. Because I learned... What if we hit period there? Oop, nope. Say click. Paragraph. Break. So we did a lot. I'm in a small circular room. Beneath the bed and cupboard is a circle of strange symbols marked on the floor. Beneath the shelf is a small table. It says, everything's dark, I can't see. Even though I've already pulled the cord. Do yeah, I don't know why that did that. Okay, well, that's another bug. Okay. So, neat. We have a bed, a cupboard, circle of strange symbols. Let's X the bed. I can also see a lighter. Get lighter. Let's X the cupboard. Open the cupboard. And if I remember right, this is how it's designed. Let's look at the symbols. There are 8 symbols arranged in a circle, which obviously have some meaning. Okay, let's X the table. I can see a fat old cigar and an old newspaper. Well, get cigar. Get newspaper. Read newspaper. The leading story tells of mysterious lights which have been seen in the sky. Unusual footprints have been seen near Wychwood Manor, coinciding with the arrival of a film crew documenting the supernatural. So, I talked about this a little bit. This is the kind of stuff that intrigues me about this game in a way that I truly enjoy. Like, there was, and I think this happens a lot with enthusiast games, there's inklings of really interesting ideas. The unusual footprints, you know, documenting the supernatural, like playing with these ideas that I think are, I don't know, worth playing with. They're maybe not fully realized in the best way. Maybe, you know, I counted 37 years worth of checking things out. You know, maybe that's the rewrite that the author always wanted. I don't know. there's definitely fascinating things here that I really want to pull at more eventually. You know, when we make a new game plus version. But okay. So we have the newspaper, we have the cigar. What else do we have here? Everything's dark, I can't see. Pull cord. Now the cord is pulled. What if we switch this? So we definitely have some like state tracking issues. That's okay, I guess. That is kind of unfair. All right. X shelf. I can also see a book of the occult. So we've got a couple big bugs that we need to figure out here so far. So let's start bug tracking. And we'll take care of this, you know, as we organize what we did last week. You know, and like organizing code and that kind of thing is pretty boring, but it's also really important. And I'm sure like a big part of what the original design process was, you know, I think a lot about how these games were originally written. There is an incredible wealth an incredible like treasure in the Internet Archive that is Steve Moretsky's design Bible and design log and design diary from writing A Mind Forever Voyaging. And it shows like the original script. It shows, or at least excerpts from it. It shows like tester, you know, QA tester feedback. It shows a lot of things that I think point to how difficult it is to write for this medium, not to mention program for, which is why I appreciate Inform, which does actually boil down into a Zork readable format. Anyway, thinking out loud here. So what do we have? So click. So pulling the cord does not set the cord to pulled. Okay, interesting. And then what was the other big error that we found? It was a while ago. Cannot enter the west cabin, which is a bigger issue, for sure. It knows that we need to open this door, and then it won't let us enter, and I don't know why. But we can also see the Book of the Occult. So we definitely do have like state tracking issues here. I think we need to trust that the player is going to play the game. You know, maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't trust that. But that'll come up in beta testing, I think, for sure. But I'm curious, like, the right way to go about it. I don't know. Okay, so let's read this book. The book is a treasury of witchcraft and demonology. That's interesting. There is a chapter devoted to the translation of runes and symbols. Well, let's translate runes. Apollyon. So we've got this like weird occult thing going that doesn't necessarily feed into anywhere else. We can go up. We can go out. But I'm not in anything at the moment. Go door. North? South? South. So definitely, again, if I were rewriting this, there would be something there to tell us some exits. But in the original, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And I remember getting stuck there multiple times. Go door. Cool. Bottom of the stone steps. We go up. We go up. Oh, we're at the west of the front lawn. So we can go east. We can go north. Okay. So let's do a couple things here. We have our two pretty big bugs that we need to squash. But first, let's do something that I just learned about. And I think is super, super valuable. So, built into Inform is this. So, if we go to here, we have larger Inform projects are usually divided up with headings like Chapter 2, Into the Forest. This page automatically displays those headings as a table of contents, but since there are no headings in this project yet, there's nothing to see. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. So definitely let's check this out. Because I think it's a really great example of what makes Inform super special. So, okay. Let's reorganize this maybe a little bit. So we have the story headline. Let's do this. So the top level heading is volume. You can see that it bolds. We don't need to name these things, but the recommended way, according to Ryan Veeder, who is where I got this information in a practical sense from, and the actual documentation suggests, look, number your stuff. So we have the beginning. We have volume 1, and the way that I organized the last one was by putting the verbs at the top. I think that's a good idea. We also, I believe, do not make any new verbs. So that's cool. We don't need to make any new verbs. Awesome. Or I'm going to keep this just in case. Just because I do like the way that I organize this. And what this does is it puts all of our verbs up at the top, just from a design perspective, you know? Just to say, okay, this is what we're doing. And if we need to do anything, we know where to put it. So you can see this already. We have volume, book, part. That's kind of the first three chapters, or first three heading levels. I think it is idiosyncratic, let's say, that it is those three, but that's all right. I don't mind that. So we'll delete this and reorder if we have to. But for now, let's stick with just creating a good skeleton. So what this is doing is basically giving us places for each of the different kinds of new actions. We can have verbs that apply to nothing, they just happen. We can have verbs that apply to, say, one thing. And I don't think there's any examples of this, but maybe there are. Verbs that apply to one topic and one thing. And I'm also going to say that there are probably not any examples of this either, but we can also give different or better hint text if someone's so close. So an example of this would be in the other game that I'm writing, you can draw on things, you can write on things. But if you try to write something without a direct object, then it says, hey, out of character, it says try writing something on an object. I don't know, and like eventually I might rethink that mistake text. But for right now, I want to use whatever they use. And it's just basically like understand something as a mistake and provide hint text. I think that's great. Okay. So nothing goes in that. Kind of a boring section. Maybe we won't even need it. But we have volume 2. When game starts. So this is where I put my use commands. Just to have it somewhere. And if we pop over to contents, we can see that this is starting to grow. We now no longer have the, hey, you don't have one, but that's okay. It's a small project. We now can click on these things. And, well, that's a bad example. Yeah, if we go here, it pulls that out. And then we can go up and down as we need. So I think that's super, super valuable in a way that maybe, wouldn't be there. But okay. We have book 1 use. So far, we don't have scoring. So far, we don't have anything. We just have use American dialect and the serial comma. So book 2, to the introduction. And the introduction is interesting because one of the things that I want to do is maybe we should do that now. Yeah. Maybe we should do that now. But, the other thing that this introduction does is it also sets the time of day. And again, Inform uses minutes. Like 1 turn is 1 minute. Awesome. One thing I don't have that I'm going to is the timings. And for right now, we just have very simple. We just say at each time the distant church clock strikes something. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We have stuff to put in there. Nice. So, new actions. Applying to one thing. Translating. Translating is an action applying to one visible thing. Understand translate something as translating. Awesome. But for existing verbs, understand lift something as pulling. So this is one of the things that I think is super powerful in Inform, is being able to reinterpret an action as another action, or maybe a synonymous action, or a closely similar action. So yeah, there's no lift action per se, but we need it for a puzzle. Understand lift something as pulling. So if they say pull trapdoor, you know what they mean. But in this case, we can say, all right, lift something. Well, look, that's really pulling. And then down below, we can say, all right, well, if you pull this, instead of having to create a whole new vocabulary, you glom onto the existing vocabulary. So neat. So we actually have a use for this. I had thought that maybe we were being a little pedantic. But no, this is great. I love it. So, okay. One thing that we haven't done too much with is the player description, the player states. You know, look, me, I, examine self, examine me. So there's no, in the core original game, there's no description of the player. Again, something we might want to do at some point. But also, I think being clear about that, saying, okay, you know, I'm going to publish this publicly to be able to say, look, yes, I am aware. There's nothing here about the player. I don't think there's ever any player states. You know, I definitely wonder about state tracking in general. You know, I don't know the quill from a technical perspective. So, like, is the question, like, are the different room states different rooms? That's definitely a way that a lot of early IF kind of worked. So, okay, is that really how it should be? I'm not sure. So, okay. We have volume 1 verbs. We have existing verbs and new actions. We have volume 2, use, introductions, timings, the player. Let's get to volume 3. And we don't have that quite yet. Ending the game. So, actually, since I know that the core time puzzle is one way how the game ends, let's put that under ending the game. And again, this is just organization, but like, when I say that organization in my other project, which is admittedly already more than 3 times the size just from, code word count, like, it's been so valuable that I don't want to lose that. And you'll notice that I need to put this extra line break. It's just necessary. It throws an error otherwise. I'm not going to fight with it. So we might have other books in this ending the game. But for now, let's go to volume 4. Kaz, what's up? I'm organizing code. It's very fun. In my tiny screen here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But in my tiny screen here, I have a BBC Micro emulator to keep me on task. I apparently left 2 giant bugs in my code last week. So I am ignoring that and organizing my code so that I can feel slightly better about it being disorganized. So what happens when you code for 5 hours straight? Not that it's not fun. It's just, you hit a point and you're like, I'm not going to fix that. I'm going to leave that for next time. But, yeah, good to see you. So what this organizing does is it gives us a cool way to be able to quickly navigate. It also does something really, really cool in the errors. So say I make an error here. And I say blah, blah. It will actually tell you in what section the error actually happens, which is super useful so you're not trying to figure out line numbers in something that does not report lines. It's like maybe the one thing I don't like about this. But okay. So this game is admittedly way simpler than the other game I'm working on. So I think all I'm going to do is just keep it really, really simple in this organization and just leave it at parts. And each part is one room. So we can get more and more organized, but it's a little different when we're dealing with 1, 2, 3. No. I don't like that it doesn't give me line numbers to say like where in the line it is. It doesn't give me line numbers on this side of the screen. If I didn't do this organization, it wouldn't tell me. It would say, oh, you have an error on line like 614. And you're like, I don't know where that is. But you can always click this button and it'll bring you right to where the error was. which is this IDE is like amazing. It really is. You know, it colors your code. It does all the things that it needs to. But for example, why I'm keeping things simple, the first room in this game is, I don't know. Well, actually, we could look it up real quick. Let's hit replay. And then we can go to the index and contents. So yeah, the first room in this game is 83 words total. In mine, it is 2,000 words total for one room. So the beauty of it being a 1985 game is that they have very limited space, which is really nice, and honestly like something that I'm thinking a lot about when it comes to how to write this kind of stuff. Is that, all right, like we're not really talking about the same things. You know, the size of a lot of the core games of this type are way smaller than we really think. And like the choices that they had to make to be frankly parsimonious about how they wrote, I think is something to think about. Like, there is a habit of writing too much. You know, we talked about this. All right, I can count, I swear. 2, 3, 4. You know, and this really comes up, like, there are basically empty rooms in a lot of cases. And that's something that you just don't do in modern interactive fiction, because why have a room if it's empty? Like, what is that serving for the player? What is that serving for the story? Oops. How did I handle things that are nowhere? Do I? Nah, not really. Okay. I like it. Part 5. Part 6. Part 7. Outside the east cabin. And again, this doesn't need to be this verbose, but I am positive at some point it will be helpful. Outside the west cabin. Cool. One day I'll learn to type. There should be a door here. There it is. West cabin. Door. And doors in this game, in this language, they are kind of like rooms. It's a little odd. They're somewhere between an item and a room itself. And I could probably spend the entire time getting really pedantic about how to organize this, but just to keep things moving. I'm not going to, but it'll give us an idea of where things break. And it'll give us a clear place to see organization and all of that, which is something that I am personally very not good at. Right, unbatted. That is quite correct. So just checking to make sure my numbers make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. I am quite surprised at myself. And just to, like, again, kind of go over the language here. So we have, for a room, you say the name of the room is a direction from somewhere else. So the bottom of the stone steps is down from the west of the front lawn. These are super boring room names. The original game does not have names for any of these rooms. But I have played plenty of Parser IF without names of rooms, and it's really hard to tell what's just description and what's the name of the room. So kind of goes a little wild. I am not sure why I have this comment here for Go Tunnel. I will have to look into it. Tunnel entrance. And like having watched this sort of like, and like at this point really looked at this from a design perspective, you see where, you know, there's some cruft. There's some things that maybe you could have streamlined. Like this whole tunnel sequence is evocative and good as a set piece. But I wonder what ways you could have used it maybe a little better, combined it, even had the same number of words, but just described slowly walking down these steps. You know, how can you enhance the player experience there in a way that, look, they're just not thinking about in 1985. And I think it's okay to not think about it. You know, one of the big reasons why I want people to play this is to play a BBC Micro text adventure from 1985, even with the intent, you know, even with the mindset of, okay, does this work in 2022? Right, that's the year. Yeah, it's a British game. It's a British game by a Brit for Brits with a system that so it's written in the quill, which was the main hobbyist text adventure writing system, but only for Britain. I don't know if there was a main hobbyist writing system in the US, even though when like people think about text adventures, they ignore the fact that Britain had their own thing going for years and years, kind of in parallel with the US like scene. So like we had no, I'm innocent and don't understand what you mean. But yeah, it's wild to me. That's part of why I want, especially like modern people to play this, is that like it is a outsider general feeling of mine, because I'm not really like in the scene per se, but I feel that most people don't like think about the fact that there is also other countries, but I only speak English. But there's a whole history of doing this in Britain that has different rules than what everything's built in. Like Inform is written by a British guy. Like the programming language is written by a British guy, but it's made to create it was originally made to create Infocom style games. Like one of the formats. What am I looking for? If we go to release here, one of the formats that we can export to is the Zork language. And like, actually I found a long documentary about Magnetic Scrolls, who was making games at the same time, pretty much like contemporaneously with Inform or with Infocom. And you know, they were a British company. You know, the documentary made it seem like maybe too much emphasis was placed on this, but I don't know. Same thing with like Sierra in the US. Like, it is awesome that you find these older companies that were, you know, had women in high positions of game design, because in most cases it's like an old boys club. Sierra is actually super interesting because like Roberta Williams is a brutal game designer, and I just want to be inside her head for like 15 minutes on designing a game to be like, why are you doing that? How could you do that? Just because she is a mean game designer. She relishes in killing her players in a way that I don't see many people do. But like this is a good example of like what we can do here. You know, and I think this exact interaction is kind of a bad thing in my eyes, but it's also how it's written. So like, you get to this trapdoor, you see the trapdoor, you're like, fine, open the trapdoor. And the game goes, no, tell me exactly how you open this trapdoor. And like, I think to like Dungeons and Dragons games where I play, where I do that, but that's because there's one right way to open the trapdoor and other ways are bad endings. I think that's an opportunity lost here, because it's really just going, yeah, okay, I lift the trapdoor. Again, like, I don't know entirely how I feel about exactly how this is written, but I think it's interesting for especially like players now. So like last week and tomorrow night, I made my wonderful co-host J-Ram play a game from the year before this, 1984, Amnesia. And she doesn't play old games, really. She just doesn't have time to be annoyed by old games. And I think that's an extremely fair way to approach playing games. Like, we all have limited time on Earth. Do you want to be fighting against something that's not going to, like, care about you? But one of the things that you know, I told her about that, but also I think is a huge, like, benefit. Hey, we're done with this room. This organization, rather. Is that parser in particular loves you and wants you to play the game. And she didn't believe it until, like, we really got into it. And once she got over that, like, 2 or 3 of her favorite verbs weren't there, she was like, oh, wait, no, this is actually figuring this out. And kind of going back to Magnetic Scrolls, their big claim to fame was that their parser wanted you to do interesting things, not just like go down, go door, open door. It was like, all right, take the candle off the candelabra and light the rag with it, would be like one command, which I think is a lot. I would break that up, but I'm also used to it not working that way. So that's fine. Okay, and everything works. So what do we have? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Cool. Yeah. Oh, wait. That's not part 19 trapdoor. That's part 19 circular room. Okay. So let's try and figure out what's going wrong here. So we go east, we go north, we go north, we go west. We're outside the west cabin. Can I just go west? I can't go that way. Why can't I go that way? So we can go to contents now. And we're outside the west cabin. Yeah, I can't go that way. All right. And this is when I consult my sources. So we can, this is what's really, really cool. We can just search. Okay, nothing. Oh no. Enterable scenery. Oh, maybe it's an enterable. Nice. All right, we'll get some sleep. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, so what we're gonna do. Yeah, the bench is enterable. That's interesting. So what I'm trying to do is say that this is enterable scenery. I will absolutely enjoy trying to figure out why I cannot exit or enter or whatever I am trying to do. Oh, okay, wait a minute. West cabin is enterable scenery. Does that just solve it? No. Okay. Is an enterable scenery. Let's say container. Enter cabin. So we still can't go that way. Why not? And this is when we can take advantage of some of the debug mode options, because now we've got to debug this. And so what we can do is debug. No, I didn't want that. Oh no, I've clicked so many times I don't know where I'm clicking. This is a totally normal problem that I have all the time. So, I have this list of every single thing. So what does trace do? Trace on. Enter cabin. Okay. It successfully parsed it, so that's kind of interesting, but not what I'm looking for. Testing. Here we go. Abstract. Maybe GOK list. Okay. No, none of that. Let's keep looking. Purloin, random, relations, rules, scene, scope. Okay. So if we go east, we go north. We go north, we go west. Let's try maybe... Uh-oh. Let's try maybe rules. Rules tracing. Yeah, I love that. Here we are. That's a lot of rules. Declare everything initially unmentioned. I don't think rule at 7 a.m. applies, so that's cool. No. Because what I really want is something... What does it show me? Okay. So we have the cabin door, we have the west cabin, we have the open container. Maybe the cabin door? No, the cabin door seems right. Can we enter cabin door? Yes, that is exactly what I want to do. I want to enter the west cabin. Why don't I want to enter the west cabin? That is exactly what I want to do. Enter door. See, yeah, we have all these rules. First, opening the door. Okay. We go east, we go north, we go north, we go west. And really what this is because all of these issues are really because, like, we have such similar names for everything. Like, it's, you know, a cabin door that leads from outside the west cabin to inside the west cabin. So it's kind of stressing out about the word cabin. So maybe if we do this. Outside the west cabin. And so I've done this a few times, and this is also one of the things that I've seen suggested is that you don't name your rooms the actual name. You use a variable name like you're writing in any other code, and then you use a printed name for the pretty name. In order to avoid exactly this. So maybe that's what we do. And then we just replace everything with that. So we started doing some of that. Earlier. And we do the exact same thing here, but instead of outside, we use inside. And we can see that, like, it makes it slightly less readable. But I kind of prefer it. Printed name is inside the west cabin. And then we just update every time that we say that. Which, since we now can organize it slightly better, it's just a matter of find and replace. Cool. So what happens now? Oh, hey. Printed name of inside the west cabin is inside the west cabin. Okay. All right, we're very, very close. What if we get rid of this line? So it can't. This is what's interesting. So it can't see the cabin door. Understand door is west cabin door. Hang on. What if we undo that? Understand cabin door as west cabin door. We still can't go that way. Why can't we go that way? What is stopping us from going that way? The drawer is scenery. The west cabin table and scenery is inside the west cabin. So if we go near the west cabin table, we're inside the west cabin. Can we exit? We can't go east? And we can't go... Okay. So something is wonky here. So we go to the index. Things that people can try to do. I love that. Okay. But not what we're looking for. Map. So we have inside the west cabin. We have outside the west cabin. So I didn't necessarily need to do all that, but I'm still going to stick with it. And like looking at this map, you can see some of the issues that I was talking about with like, do we need all of this to go the same direction? I think consolidating this section right here would be wise, but anyway, that's beside the point. Yeah, so we have this door. We have outside the west cabin. So, okay, we need to make this somehow enterable. So what if we take all that out? Yeah, just like entering and exiting is so difficult here. Even though it's just going east and west. Yeah, it's west of outside the west cabin and east of inside the west cabin. Little confusing, like wording wise, but no, that's all correct. So making this enterable and a container doesn't change anything. So, okay. Let's start from scratch again. And debugging is always like the most interesting thing in the world, but it's also kind of like the nature of this. Like what exactly are we trying to do here? We're trying to recreate a game. And I think it's part of the development kind of like mentality is to sit here and say, heck yeah, like, let's try to figure out how to fix this. So if we look at the cabin, we can see that the cabin's there. We get the right thing because the description of the cabin is the extremely descriptive, it's unlocked. So instead of entering West Cabin, oh, wait a minute. You can't enter the West Cabin. What if we do... What if we take this out? What if we just try to enter cabin from here? No. Huh. Let's get rid of this printed name really quick. Now, yeah, so we're definitely running into, like, issues with, with the fact that everything is called cabin door. Everything. So what if we just understand door? No, we're still running into that because of the printed name. So let's take out the printed name. Let's just keep taking, like, nice things out. Yeah. So we still can't go that way. I mean, the door is open. So all of that did not change anything. Okay. Well, we've learned something here. And that's that when we're creating things in Inform, in particular, we really need to be careful about how we name things. And the reason why is because if you're outside the West Cabin and you need to go through the cabin door to go to inside the West Cabin, there's going to be issues. There's going to be, like, the parser is going to pick up, you know, it's not like, frankly, it's not like the quill. The quill would only pay attention to the first 4 letters. Where I think in this case, the more intelligent parsing is getting in the way. Which, like, I don't know. Obviously, that's not a problem in a normal situation, because you can sit there and you can rethink it and you can rename stuff and you can make it useful for normal people. But doing all of that didn't change anything, so I want to back out and get back to where we were. So, yeah. Cool. We're back. Because nothing else has happened. But really the problem is we have, the west cabin or the west cabin. And because we're not entering the west cabin, we're entering the west cabin. Okay. I get it. I understand. I believe. So, what if we did, instead of west cabin door, wonder if we can do cabin door west and unconfuse this. Let's try that. Okay, well, we're back to I can't go that way. That's better than nothing. It's a door. Does it have to be scenery? Is the scenery messing us up? Is that its scenery the thing that's messing us up? No. Are doors normally scenery? Worth double checking. Doors are normally scenery. Okay. This is such an interesting issue. And if it wasn't for the fact that we need the things in the cabin in order to move forward, I would say let's put this on the back burner. And I will solve it off stream. Let's give it another 5 minutes of thinking here. So, and maybe 5 minutes of Googling. Inform 7. Entering cabin can't go that way. You can't go that way. All right. Okay, a player who tries in a certain room to go in a direction for which there is no map connection in that room will be told you can't go that way. That's what we're getting here. The player knows not to bother anymore to go in that direction. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of talking about like going up into trees and insteads and things like that. I feel like this was working before. Before maybe we moved stuff around? But no, all we really moved was understand and apply and translating. both of which worked. But if I insist that it worked, I should be able to revert back to where we were when we started, rebuild it, and it should just work. Right? Right. No, it didn't work. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Well, I feel better. It's always good to double check that we didn't add more things. Yeah, so in theory, all right, so we have a door. The cabin door is west of so let's take out all the printed names and all the understands. We can always put them back. So we have no understands, no printed names. No understands, no printed names. Replay. Okay. Cabin door. Okay. So we're all back here. So what do we have? We look. Let's look at the cabin. We can't see any such thing. So enter west cabin. Open cabin door west. So it says we can't go that way. Now why does it say that? When it should just open the door. It's a door, it's scenery. Okay. We can't just go west. So it's getting stuck on this, like, opening the cabin door. Why? What have I done to you? That's the cabin door west. Yeah, we got the east cabin. It's just one of those, like, I don't know what's going on. This is an interesting little bug. And why I'm doing this in public, because, like, I think a lot of people would have this issue. To be honest, I think a lot of people would have this issue. This is the kind of thing that happens a lot. And actually, it's, like, definitely something that I remember reading in the documentation that I read, for it to be like, okay, yeah, okay. See, no, that's seemingly identifiable rooms. Yeah. Because it really is this, like, I think, issue where, yeah, so this definitely, this is kind of the issue. So this is from the Inform 7 handbook. So isn't this what I have here? Haha. General index? Examples? Oh? No. I have writing with Inform in the Inform recipe book. Excellent. Yeah, totally. There's test me. Show me. Here we go. All right, so some debug commands. We have show me, we have actions. Actions. That's all right. Show me and actions are probably the two things that I want. So show me. We have outside the west cabin. We have a cabin door that's closed door. We have a west cabin. So open door. I can't go that way. Show me. So why can't we open things? What is going on here? Is that it? Wait a minute. Is this all because we didn't say that the door is closed? No. Okay. So we're still running into this. Interesting. Okay. Actions are on. Opening the cabin door. Going down. Wait, where are we going down? Ah, here we are. This is our issue. So we're opening the cabin door and then we're going down. Okay. Why are we going down? And then kind of going backwards because I don't know why it's repeating. This might also be why we're having trouble with the other thing. Ooh, okay. So again, like all this time, but having the debugs on, giving us an opportunity here. So let's actually play the whole game with debugs on. Because wait a minute, now I'm wondering if there's like some kind of instead rule going on that's missing. Or like happening all the time. Now I am interested. Okay, so what was it? Actions listing on. So going east is fine. Going east is fine. Going east, I can't go that way. Failed. Going north. Going west succeeded. Going south succeeded, but going east failed. That's fine. Okay. So going west failed the can't go through closed doors rule. So, okay. Instead of going down in the west of the front lawn. Okay. Instead of going east in the northern pond. We only have 2 instead of goings. Why are we going down? So instead of opening? Oh. So it is all the way down here where we were maybe not as specific as we needed to be. So instead of opening the wooden door, now the wooden door is open, try going down. Let's replay. An hour, y'all, to figure out something that we could have learned doing 2 things. So number 1, the actions rule. So whenever we get confused, we want to use the actions command to display all this debug information. Interesting. I'm going to tattoo that on my forehead. Okay. So that was problem 1. Solved. Let's turn off actions. Oh, actions on. We do actions off. Actions off. Just to like clear things up. Okay, so we're inside this west cabin. Let's actually like do the things that we need to test this. So let's look at this table. See nothing special. Let's look at the drawer. I open the drawer, revealing a paperclip and a note. Paperclip and note are not revealed. Instead of examining the drawer, okay, so try opening the drawer, and I have not put the paperclip and the note anywhere. Cool. Now the paperclip is inside. Oh no, the paperclip is always in the drawer. What happens if we open the drawer? How do I spell drawer? Okay, that's already open. X drawer. I can also see a paperclip and a note. Well, okay. Look in drawer. So interesting. I'm not totally sure if it should say that. Let's see what it does here in the actual game. Open drawer. Examine drawer. Yeah, so, okay. That's interesting. I would think that it would say in an open drawer is this. But okay, that's fine. We can go up here and say if drawer is open, add a paragraph break. I did not end that. Cool. Which we don't need that ending line break. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that works for me. Okay, so if we close drawer, cool. So we can open the drawer. We can get the clip. Let's also understand clip as the paper clip. All right, so we got the paper clip. Get note. Read note. Let's rewrite that just a little bit. Oh no, let's keep it because that's how it was. If we read note, yeah, game written with the use of the quill. Awesome. Okay. So now we have a note and a paperclip. So if we say get note, get clip. Okay. Awesome. All right. Let's start from scratch. Let's go east. Let's go north. Let's go north. Let's run north. Oh my gosh. All right. Push. Slab. Down. 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 North. Down. Down. Okay, fine. Open. Lift. Trap door. Down. Circular room. Pull cord. Alright. So we are back to this where we're doing some stuff. Okay. So it's like let's rename these. Maybe we're running into a lot of like just naming convention issues. try that. Okay. Neat. Okay. If cord is unpulled off, else if cord is pulled on. Okay. Nope, that didn't do it. So it's not a naming convention issue. Cool. So maybe just flipping them might help. So again, let's follow these actions. I see. So instead of pulling the cord, maybe you should do after pulling the cord. What other options do we have here? After, instead, Inform 7. Yeah, so, alright, you should, according to the way that they say this, if you're writing an Inform game, you should avoid using instead, before, and after rules. Use check, carry out, and report. This is a lot of reading. So carry out. So this comes down to exactly what we were talking about before. Yeah, it's fixed in place. It's fixed in place. Instead of pulling the cord. So it's like we're almost pulling the cord twice. Yeah. Hey, Roger, how are you? Have you done Inform stuff? I mean, I could put in otherwise if the cord is pulled. Oh, yep, that did it. Well, that solves that. Man, I spent an hour trying to debug something that I thought was a naming issue, because it was like an outside the cabin door, inside the cabin kind of thing, and I just blanked on this actions listing, and as soon as I did that, it was like trying to go down, and I'm like, no, I'm not trying to go down, I'm trying to go west. What's going on here? Awesome. Okay. That's interesting. yeah, this is definitely like very new for me across the board. And like I've said, I do code for a living, but I do it badly. Does it work? Okay, so I should be able to pull the cord. And it always clicks. And awesome. All right. Finally. We can actually get the new stuff. So what have we done so far today? Oh God, what have we done in 2.5 hours? We have organized things. Definitely useful. Just kind of a nice thing to do. We have solved 2 bugs that I left because I guess I was tired. And thank you for that, Roger. That is one of the reasons why I do this. Why I'm doing this is like, yeah, I don't know what I'm exactly doing. And just in case you haven't heard what I'm doing, a couple now over a month ago, I did a sort of mini feature on 1 9/10 of 2 games by Geoff Larsen, who wrote for the ZX Spectrum and the BBC Micro using the Quill. And one of the games I got through completely, and I was sitting there and I was like, well, if I'm ever going to learn this stuff, this game might be the one to do it. And it's because it's got this cool, like, super long intro. I mean, if we look at the index now that I can, haha. If we look at the intro, yeah, the introduction might be the single longest thing other than this last room, which has a lot of like little items. So it's the second longest thing so far in this is the intro. And it's basically like you're supposed to find this effectively treasure, but like this loot that your partner in crime found and stowed away somewhere. So I'm going to refresh this and really quickly get to where we are in the actual game, because now we get to type. And one of the things I'm going to do is make this image show up, because this image rules. Actually, while I'm thinking of it, let me grab this image. So yeah, so it starts with this like super long introduction. Examine pond. Get piping. Open door. I can also see an open door. Great. Enter door. Examine drawer. Get clip. Get note. Okay. Is there anything in there that we need? We have this cigar. I don't think I actually... Oh, there is the lighter. But I don't need that right now. Okay, so that's definitely cute. So what do we do here? The ornate garden pathway. Can't go west, can't go east. Okay. So we are translating a BBC Micro game into Inform, mainly as an exercise for myself, but like, I mean, for whatever reason, this game is stuck with me, and I can't totally explain why, other than it just has. And it's got some like cool basic stuff, but I think it's also like, I don't know, maybe just a little bit part 20. I think it's got a few things that might be worth like examining as someone who plays like interactive fiction in 2022, like as a museum piece for sure, but even beyond that. And I mean, there's some things, so I know it's really tiny up in the top corner, but I've got a emulated version in a browser. Let me actually drop the game. Just the IFDB listing for it. And like part of this is that like on the IFDB, I said this at the beginning, it says 2 members have played this game. I am one of those 2. You know, I would love to find the other person who has played this game. Oh, hey. I didn't know you could do that and just click. I will check out his or their list of games that they have played. They grew up playing IF on the Acorn Electron and later the BBC Master Compact. So yeah. Anyway, point being, this game genuinely deserves more people getting it. So get note, leave, north, east, north. So, okay. Whew. Where are we? And I think one thing I'm going to do is rebuild this into regions perhaps or something, just so we can a little bit better understand what it is that we're trying to do. All right. I have the source. Did we even go this far north? Inside the gateway. Oh, there we go. Front lawn. All right. Front lawn. Inside. Have I not been typing? I have been. Okay. Paw prints cross the path from one side to the other. From one side to the other. The garden swing creaks in the morning breeze. A strong breeze carries the note away. So, okay. If the player carries the note, and if open drawer, get note, east. Okay. Let's refresh this. So I should have the note. Excellent. East, north, north. Yay! Okay. Let's add an extra space. So, okay. Something I don't know how to do is like entering, like upon entering the scenery. Upon entering room. So, interesting. Visited, not visited. That's something to think about. Entering a room, Inform 7. Yeah, okay. The entering action is triggered when entering things like containers, supporters, and doors for rooms you want going to. So if we did after going to the garden pathway, if the player carries the note, now the note is nowhere. So we should be able to replay this. And go north. So why? Interesting. So it seems that that undoes. Okay. It's interesting. There's probably a more elegant way to do this, but I'm just going to do it this way. What happens now? So wait, now. How dare you? Really? So it interrupts that, like, looking. It interrupts that looking. Okay. Oh, I've got to use continue the action. Okay. So I don't need to... So let's undo all that. Did all that very wrong. Continue the action. Now the node is nowhere. I am carrying a node. Now the node is nowhere. Continue the action? Interesting. Okay. So we talked about this before. There's like different sceneries, different different things there. Oh, all right. Cool. Okay. So there's different words that we can use other than instead. So maybe I can... Yeah, instead of instead. So maybe not doing instead, we could do Yeah, so we have before, instead, after. That's like the standard rule books. But everything has check, carry out, and report. Because we have the continuing action there figured out. Yeah, so what if we do that and then after going to the garden pathway, continue the action. Say A strong breeze carries the note away. Now the note is nowhere. Okay, let's test this now. Go near the note. Examine drawer. Get note. Leave. North, north. East, north, north. We don't have that. Okay. And I am carrying a note. So what if we do before going to the garden pathway? If the player carries the note, continue the action, now the note is nowhere. But we still have the note. Now the note is nowhere? Continue the action? Huh. Maybe report going to the garden pathway? After reading a command, activity will prove very useful. It runs each time the player types the return key, so putting a lot of if tests in it will slow the game down. Run into one or two aspiring authors who thought it would be cool to basically reinvent the parser by putting a bunch of stuff in the after reading a command activity. To do this, they tried to write lots and lots of code to figure out whether the player's command included specific words. That's the parser's job. If you can use an offstage object, a backdrop, or an invisible part of the player, any of which can be given vocabulary words, to direct the parser to the result you're trying to create, that would be more efficient, and also friendlier to the player and less likely to include bugs. Yeah, I'm with you. So, okay, let's look at this action processing. Page 1212 of Writing with Inform. Let's go back to home. A recap of actions. So, all right, let's walk through what goes on in this. So, actions on. Let's go near the note. Let's open the drawer. Get note. Leave. East, north, north. report going to the garden pathway. If the player carries the note, continue the action. And because continuing the action, so we went north, the action succeeded. So we shouldn't need to do that if we're reporting, because that happens even after. So that's so interesting. The sort of okay. Yeah. So it talks about like implicit actions and the challenges of before and all of that in the Inform 7 handbook. Which I find interesting, but also a lot of work to think through right now. But it's not instead, because we actually do go north. So it really, my thinking is that it really ought to be, because we carry it out, so it should be after. Right? Yeah, okay. So we have all of that. I wonder, okay, wait a minute. What if this seems hacky, but I like it. Note disappear details. So I think we've done this before, where we've done this with note disappear details in the past. So we have this note disappear details, and what that does is it's a sort of like like string variable. So then we would do to say note disappear details. Say a strong breeze carries the note away. now the note is nowhere. But it would only be if the player carries the note, we say that. Otherwise, say nothing. We call it a day. So, like, this is kind of, again, like, we've talked about, like, kind of hacky. Ew. Okay, it doesn't like that. Seems to end, Seems to end with a colon. So, like, it doesn't, it's kind of a hacky way to do it. Got it. Got my periods backwards. Love it. So that did it right. So if we start from the beginning and just go north. Come on. Why can't... Oh. Yep. And it won't say that otherwise. So we got that. Cool, cool, cool. And that's the like kind of thing that I really did enjoy about this. So we can't go east. We can't go west. Can we go north? Yes. We finally have what I thought we would get to 2 hours ago. And welcome to coding. Guess I'm going to do this next week too. Which might be my last stream for... No, next week... Oh gosh, yeah, next week is Thanksgiving week. So, you know, goals. But I do want to do this on stream. I want to show like the whole thing from start to finish. And I think getting stuck on a silly bug for not understanding it and then learning how to debug it is an important part of seeing it. When I put it on YouTube, I will have a nice section where I'm like, haha, I got stuck on something very simple. But yeah, we have a new door. And this is actually, to me, a very funny... So, let me make sure I have what I need. So, this is a really great puzzle, I think. And I think we're going to take our... I'm going to implement this room, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll implement this puzzle. Because this puzzle actually reminds me a lot of a puzzle in Phantasmagoria. I actually wonder... I mean, it is exactly the puzzle. So, actually, I need to go somewhere else in both my games because I need the paper clip and the newspaper in order to do this. Which I think is really funny. You. Yep, okay. Well, that was a runtime problem. Alright, the outside, the front door is north of the garden pathway. I am outside the front door. Above the keyhole is a notice and a carved figurehead forms the door knocker. The base of the door has clawed scratches across it, and the morning breeze sighs wistfully as it blows through a small gap below the door. Oh, okay. It's like I was saying before, your headings need to actually be relevant. Right, the runtime problem. Okay, cool. So let's just make sure that when we get there. Yes. Okay. So, the way that this puzzle works is that we put the newspaper under the door, we bend the paperclip. When the paperclip is bent, it becomes a wire. We put the wire into a keyhole. Yes, okay. We put the wire into a keyhole. So let's just really quickly check to make sure what else we have. Examine keyhole. So the front door is a door. The front door is scenery. The front door is a supporter. The front door the description is the key. Nope. Can we examine the door? I see nothing special. There's no description. The front door is there. The keyhole is scenery on the door. The description is the key seems to have been left in the other side of the door. So we have this key, let's just double check anything else here. So examine figure, exam head, exam knocker, exam door knocker, exam scratches, examine gap. Okay, so that's all we have. So that's where we're gonna sit until after we zone out to some tunes, clear our heads. On the one hand, it feels like we didn't get much done. We have effectively implemented one cute Easter egg with the note disappearing, which is cute. And we have implemented some scenery outside the front door. But what are other important things that we have done? We have fixed, thanks to Roger, we have fixed a weird issue with if and otherwise. So really, anytime that we do something where we do if, we want to use if otherwise to create like two possible states, as opposed to maybe a third situation where a state changes while the rule is happening. And we found a silly bug that I don't like, where we had something where instead of going down with the trapdoor being closed, it would give us an error. So we've really tightened up the code side of it, and that's an important feeling when we're coding. Oh wait, and we did something really, really important. We we organized our code in a repeatable way so that we can see exactly what we're working on at any one time, and we can reorganize it as we need. You know, maybe we switch these to have the parts be like specific areas. Like we put everything outside in one part, and each of these might be books. Oh, these all should be books anyway. Okay. Let's let's leave it as parts, because I think what we'll want to do is we'll want to organize it into books to say, okay, well, this is like the pond area, and we have a couple of rooms there, and this is the, let's actually do that. So let's say like book 1 is gonna be starting area. And we have the T-junction to outside the house. And then we have book 2, which is the pond. And it'd be part 1. And this is, again, like we've talked about this, like maybe pedantic? But I don't know. I think it keeps us like bounded. Then we have book 3, which is the so this is like a good example of how we can think about this. We have the parked T-junction and the mansion lane. And there's other organizational strategies that we can use here. We could call these regions. So maybe actually let's do that really quick. I know a lot of this is organizational and maybe like not necessary in such like a simple game. But it really, I think, keeps us going. So like so if we call this like parking area, and then we can say The parked is in the parking area. That won't break, right? Ugh. So of course we have bugs. The front door can't be a supporter and scenery. So it's probably going to choke on... Oh, okay. No, it's not. Okay. And then... All right. So if we go to index, we go to the map. Nice. Okay. So I did that right. Or at least in a way that I like. Can we say instead of... Can we say that? Oh, I think we can. Oh, we can. So we can say is a room. Yeah, okay. Can we say is north in a region? No. A lot of hitting space, so I'm sorry if my mic keeps cutting out. Yeah, so we can say mansion lane is in the parking area. The outside the house is in the parking area. So then we can say the pond is a region. The southern pond is in the pond. The northern pond is in the pond. Book 3, the cabins. Cabins is a region. Narrow dirt roads is in the cabins. The outside the east cabin is in the cabins. The outside the west cabin is in the cabins. I'm pretty sure by all this, the west cabin door would also be in the cabins. Inside the west cabin is in the cabins. And if we replay, we wrote the pond area is a region. Fine. is in the cabins area. So yeah, definitely like something to think about. You know, and we've said this before, but I think it bears repeating just because I keep making the same mistake. You know, what we name these regions because it's inside the cabins area is a room in the cabins area. What do you mean? What do you mean? Inside the west cabin. Yeah, I mean, what do you... That's so interesting. I mean, we definitely run into this a lot. Okay, setting up regions might be a little annoying at this point. But we can definitely see like the value of that too, where we can kind of go, and we could probably put like all these into a region. It also keeps our numbers low, so if we go to contents, we can see like, you know, all right, book 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, book 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which I think feels better than seeing like 20 parts. Book 5, the front lawn. Be part 1, part 2. Yeah, garden pathway and then outside the front door. So it's kind of interesting that just in like how we organize this, you know, maybe we think about that. Like we have front lawn, and then we put the garden pathway and outside the front door, even though they're not necessarily like logically connected. Like we would go down this way first as a player, but we would want to group this whole thing maybe all together, because it's all really part of so the front lawn, the garden pathway, outside the front door. Front lawn, garden pathway, outside the front door. But it's really book 6 is the slab, and this is everything that involves the slab in order. Tunnel entrance, inside the tunnel, deep steps, the trapdoor, and the circular room. Let's replay that, make sure that we're all on the same page. Cool. And then we have the map. Is a room Yep. Okay. So yeah, we're definitely running into naming convention issues. So the front door is north of outside. And what we can do here, and this is genuine. No, I'm not totally sure. South of the outside. The front door. Huh. Okay. So we've created a good map now. And we'll fix up these regions before next week. Because I think naming conventions are hurting our regions pretty badly right now. Cool. And if we look at other parts of our design here, we actually see what's going on. And we can really see what gets defined when, and we can feel kind of good about that. All right, I do feel good about this. This is really well organized now. We know where we are. We're outside the front door. We know what we need to do. We need to play with some items. So this is great. A little bit of organization goes a long way. I think it is high past time to take a little brain break. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your help with coding. Thank you for your moral support. While I sit there and stare at code and make very simple bugs. So thank you for hanging out. We will we'll be back. Enjoy the tunes. Okay. We're a little bit more focused. Let's get some more done. So, okay. Where are we at? It's been a minute. Where are we at? We are at the front door. So, in both games, we need to kind of reset. And we need to get a bunch of stuff. So let's do that. So we got to examine the pond, get piping. We can go east and then back north. Let's go inside the cabin. And then open the drawer. Let's get the clip. Let's get the note. Let's push the slab. Because we need stuff. I forgot that we needed stuff. And we can go down, and we can go down. We can go north, and we can go down. And we can pull the trap door. We can go down. We can pull the cord. And we can X the table and get the newspaper. And get the newspaper. And get the cigar. I don't think we need the cigar for anything. I think it's just like something to have. And then we go up a bunch. Okay, we're at the garden pathway. We have the cigar, we have the newspaper, we have the steel pipe, we have the paper clip. All right, let's do the same thing in the actual game. Yeah. So we keep going. Oh, right. Okay, so we examine the pond, we get the pipe, get the piping. We open the door, we enter the door, we examine the drawer, we get the clip, we get the note. Push the slab. We go down. We go down. Nope. Open door. We enter tunnel. So, okay. Can we enter something? Yeah. So, enter tunnel. I can't see any such thing. I think I know how to handle that. But we'll deal with that later. We'll go north. We go down. We pull the trap door. We lift the trap door. Pull the cord. We examine the table. We get the cigar. We get the newspaper. Go up, we go up, we go south. Go out. Leave. Enter tunnel. Go tunnel. How did we do this? South. So this is exactly what I meant about this being like a little confusing. Leave. Up. Enter door. So we have the newspaper, we have the paper clip, we have the steel piping. This is where the puzzle here is valuable. So, can we slide? Okay. So, okay. What we need to do, we need to examine the keyhole, slide the newspaper under the door, bend the paper clip, and then use the resulting thin wire to poke out the key. Pull the newspaper back. Get the brass key to avoid locking yourself out later. So we are here right now. Now the good news is that I think this gets much simpler from a design perspective. This is easily, at least in my eyes, the most complicated situation. So, put newspaper under door. Slide newspaper under door. So it says to slide the newspaper under the door. So it looks like maybe we need to examine the keyhole first. We're in the wrong spot, that's why. Alright. Put newspaper under door. Slide newspaper under door. Okay. So understand, put, slide something as pudding. Now I say as pudding. Let me double check that pudding is an actual verb that we can use. Slide something under something else. As putting it on. So, okay. Instead of putting the newspaper on the door, okay. And let's see if bending is a verb while we're here. It is not, so we need to create a new verb. Great. So we have new actions applying to one thing. Bending is an action applying to one visible thing. Understand bend something as bending. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. So, okay. So we have a paper clip. Understand clip is the paper clip. Understand. So we have all this understand. The paper clip is in the door. The paper clip is bendable. The paper clip is bent or unbent. Nope. Paper clip can be bent or unbent. The paper clip is bent, is unbent. If the paper clip is bent, the printed name is whatever it should be. So bend clip is short wire. Okay. So we don't need bendable. Yeah, but the paper... Oh, that's why. Just a typo. You wrote the paper clip is unbent. Another typo. If the paper clip is bent, I see. So instead of bending the paper clip, if the paper clip is bent, is unbent, paper clip is bent, now the printed name is short wire. If the paper clip is bent, now the paper clip is unbent, now the printed name is paperclip. Okay. You just have that there as a placeholder. Bend clip. Say okay. And we'll do that in both cases. And we remember from last time that we need to say otherwise to make sure that it doesn't just happen both cases. Bend clip. Cool. So, all right. So put newspaper under door. Put newspaper on door. Okay. I can't see any such thing. Let's go back to the paperclip. Because we say we call it a wire, we could also do understand wire as the paperclip. Really quickly. And then let's go back to that. Oh, okay. So it's slide newspaper under door. Oh, it's because we're not quite there. So that's interesting. So it looks like we need to create a instead rule to do some things here. So where is this newspaper? The newspaper is late in the code. So this is when sort of this room-based structure that we've created with these contents kind of starts to break down. And I'm not sure the right way to go about it. I'm running into that actually with my other game, because there's like state tracking and like, okay, you need to get this thing from over here and then use it another place. So like, how do we think about that in an intelligent way? So something to think about. On the front door, now the old newspaper is under the door. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, so we can't quite do that. So now, can we get the newspaper and try this again? It's not here. Pull newspaper. Get newspaper. So it looks like we need to do some state tracking. So, okay. And this is what I mean about like this puzzle being one of the few times that maybe there really is a puzzle. So slide newspaper under door. Okay. So now the newspaper is in outside the front door. Now the newspaper is slid. So if we go find the newspaper, we can then say, all right, well, the newspaper can be slid or unslid. And then we can do state tracking that way. So an old newspaper is a thing that is nowhere. An old newspaper can be slid or unslid. The old newspaper is slid. An old newspaper is slid. And I forgot about the lighter. Maybe we'll need it later. You know, and it's interesting, like, we don't necessarily need to physically go through the things. We can just be like, at least in the debug mode, you know, the testing mode, we can be like, haha, come to me. Use the force. Okay. Instead of pulling the old newspaper, if the newspaper is slid, now the printed name is old newspaper. Now the printed name is newspaper under the door. So we're kind of being a little cheeky here. We're kind of, instead of actually in the game space saying, all right, the newspaper is under the door, you can put something under the door. Yeah, we could figure out a way to say, well, things can be under doors, that kind of thing. Or we can do a little sleight of hand here and say, well, no. It just says that it's under the door. Yeah, so that's exactly what that error was. We can't actually put it under the door, but we can be a little cheeky about it. Yeah. Okay. No. That makes sense. And even though it's not what actually happens, I want to give some kind of feedback here, and the general feedback has been say okay. So keeping that there, again, like, we've talked about this a lot with this project, like the difference between, so if the newspaper is unslid, do all this. Otherwise, so that means that the newspaper is slid. So what happens if we Try to slide paper, slide news under the door. Slide news under door. I can't do that. So say I can't do that. And then if the news, no. Instead, because I don't think we can take the newspaper right. Instead of taking the newspaper, if the newspaper and just to be specific, because especially since we've been having like namespace issues, let's be specific. If the old newspaper is unslid, say, what does it say? Whoa! It's not here. Otherwise, carry out taking the old newspaper. Semicolons are important. Carry out taking the old newspaper. Yeah, huh. Okay. Maybe it should really be rule succeeds. Huh. So when did I not get the newspaper? So let's also say understand put other things under something as putting it on. Just to say that we have it. And it's almost like I messed something up here. So we have the old newspaper. Actions off really quick. So it seems like I don't have the newspaper. I wonder if there's a way that I can just get the newspaper without having to... Yes, purloin. Purloin newspaper. Purloined. Excellent. So put newspaper under door. I can't do that. Okay. What if it's slide newspaper under door? I can't do that. Okay. So at least we have consistency here where we can't do that. Am I in the right spot? Yes. Okay. Well, what about... Okay. So, is the old newspaper unslid? Do we hit a button that made the newspaper start out as something else? That's why, because it starts out as slid. Very well. Right. And I can't do that because it's already slid. Yep. Put newspaper under door. Okay. And that's... Maybe I'll think about that. I just can't in good faith make it a guess the verb on slide when put is right there. So, okay. Take newspaper. Oh, and it's gone. Interesting. Yeah. So if the old newspaper is slid, you say it's not here. Otherwise, now the old newspaper, now the player carries the old newspaper, and the rule succeeds. What if I say rule fails? Okay. No, that's not right. Because it should be, if the old paper is slid, which it would be when so no, the rule shouldn't succeed in any case. Okay, let's start from scratch. Let's purloin the two things that we need. Let's purloin the clip. Let's purloin. Let's make sure that. Okay, cool. Let's purloin the news. Okay, we need to update the newspaper to make sure that when we call it news, it's also that. So is that in here? Yes. Understand news as newspaper as the old newspaper. Understand paper as the old newspaper. Understand newspaper as the old newspaper. Just to be sure. Okay. So we have the two things that we need for this puzzle. We have the newspaper and the paperclip. So, all right. So, drop news. Take news. I really don't like... So, I don't like that. Because if we drop clip and then get clip, okay. Otherwise, say taken. Now the player carries the old newspaper. And we need the semicolon. Semicolon, semicolon. Okay. I feel better about that. So, okay. So, put paper under door. I now see a newspaper under the door here. Take paper. It's not here. Pull paper. Can't do that. What happens if we pull the clip? Otherwise, say nothing obvious happens. Cool. So we have that. Pull news. So again, I'm just going to say okay, and now the printed name is old newspaper if you look again. Okay. So, okay. Slide paper under door. Get paper. Get news. Slide news under door. So, put wire in keyhole. Use wire. Ooh, how do I feel about that? I don't. I take that back. I have very strong feelings about that. This is definitely of the time. I think one of the things that I'm going to have to do is consider hints. Because here's the thing. In 2022, use is forbidden as a verb. Plenty of people do it still. But, oh, wow. Yeah, use is forbidden as a word. To also have use without like a preposition, that's goofy. That is outright goofy in 2022. That is obscure in even that time. I'm going to say very strongly I don't like that. But it's in the game. Using is an action applying to one visible thing. Understand use something as using. Okay. So what happens if we use the wire now? I can't do that. Okay. So we had insteads. So instead of using, say, I can't do that. And then we have a very specific example in this room where instead of using the wire, if the old, nope, instead of using the paper clip, if the paper clip is bent and the old newspaper is slid, say the key falls from the other side of the door. Falls from the other side of the door. Otherwise, say I can't do that. Okay. Put newspaper under door. Get news. Oh, jeez. So how did I see a newspaper under the door. Now the printed name is old newspaper. Oh, right. So now the newspaper is unslid. That's what did it. Understand use something as using, but an action can only apply to things or to kinds of value. Isn't that what I said? Oh. Period, not comma. And then semicolons. Always semicolons. Pull newspaper. Get news. Slide news under door. And I don't know. Like, should... I'm going to comment out the understand here. Because it really... We're trying for the real experience. And there is a walkthrough that exists. Doesn't necessarily mean I feel good about it. And we still have like this issue here with the go door, go tunnel kind of deal. Where we're kind of breaking the fiction that this is the same parser. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's okay. So what happens? So use clip. I can't do that. Bend clip. It's now a short wire. Use clip. The key falls from the other side of the door. Okay. What happens if we look? So, now we have a key that needs to exist that's nowhere. Okay. Like I said, this is the first real puzzle in the game. And you know, it definitely is of its time. It's definitely guess the verb. Like slide makes me angry. Use makes me angry. And yet, I don't know. Like I said, I think this is... So the goal of this is to make a museum piece. And I have to keep reminding myself of the goal because, like, there's so many times that I want to make this friendlier. You know, I want to fix this puzzle. And that's just not... That's not where we're at. Nope, that's slab. Bottom of the stone steps, trapdoor. And this is why we organize things as well. Okay. So the front door key is a thing. The front door key is nowhere. So the front door key can be fallen or unfallen. Doesn't have to be real English. The front door key is unfallen. So we haven't examined it because it doesn't exist yet. But, okay. The key falls from the other side of the door. The front door key is now fallen. Semicolon, not period. So now, if we pull newspaper, the printed name is brass key. So I wonder if we can then go... okay. So if the old newspaper is slid and the front door key is unfallen, if the old newspaper is key slid and front door key is fallen, say, okay, now the printed name is old newspaper. Now the newspaper is unslid. Now the front door key is in outside the front door. So let's replay everything. Let's make sure it compiles. And pull newspaper. Get the newspaper. Get the brass key. So let's, now that we can see it, let's examine the key. I see nothing special. Great. It's just a key. Let's actually rename that, because I'm definitely getting tired of understand exam something as examining. And it's just a nice little thing that we can put in as a museum piece. Yes. All right. Baller. We got that. We got that. So we now have the brass key. So unlock door with key. Open door. Use key in door. Put key in door. How do we do this? What is the language here? Get the brass key to avoid locking yourself out later. So I keep saying front door key. Really, I should say the brass key, because that is clearly the noun that they use. So let's do that. And that saves us a printed name thing. Okay. Great. That's what I was looking for. And the not front door, but brass. You know, like I've said before, I am a try it and use the errors to fix my code. This really does align with it. Okay, open the door. I haven't gotten the key. Get key. Get brass key. Open door. Okay. So again, museum piece. Okay. Front door is the door. The front door is north of the outside the front door. The front door is scenery. The front door is locked. After taking the brass key, now the front door is unlocked. Because that's how keys work. Open door. Awesome. So, here's another really player unfriendly thing. After taking the brass key, let's say for the first time. Can we do that? So how do we want to handle this? So there's this line in here where it says, pull the newspaper back, get the brass key to avoid locking yourself out later. Okay, so after taking the brass key for the first time, now the front door is unlocked, we can open the door. Okay. So, yeah. After opening the front door, now the brass key is nowhere. Now the brass key is keyhold. Let's call it that. So if we go back to the brass key, we can say the brass key can be keyhold or unkeyhold. The brass key is unkeyhold. So that's definitely an interesting part of Inform, is that we can control items that are nowhere. So the brass key is nowhere, the brass key is keyhold. Instead of taking the brass key after the first time, this is such a hard puzzle to manage right now, because like we have put the key in the door, essentially, by opening the door. Now the brass key is gone. Of course, the player doesn't get any of this information. Just to give you a hint for what's tomorrow, with the knowledge that we can beat amnesia, there has to be a way to beat amnesia. If we need a B-side, I'm going to show Deram this game, but I'm going to be her walking in visit clues, because this is admittedly player unfriendly. It is interesting doing this, and this is part of why I wanted to do this as an exercise. Because I think that for all the things that I liked in this. I think there's some really strong issues that I don't know how I feel. This entire puzzle is at once, I think, a great puzzle, but I think it is poorly implemented from start to finish. Whether it's use, whether it's like this disappearing key breaks my heart. And the reason why I'm talking and not coding is because it breaks my heart that badly. Okay. Okay. So what happens if we go south, we go north, we go north? I can't go in that direction. Closed door. I can't do that. You can open it, but you can't close it? Okay. So, okay. After taking the brass key for the first time, now the front door is unlocked. After opening the front door, now the brass key is nowhere, now the brass key is keyholed. Let me make sure that that's actually how that works. So I've got my own playthrough here. And the goal that I'm trying for anyway is, again, a museum piece. So, okay. So, yeah, so I'm just kind of, I'm like right there. Like, I'm just sitting here trying to watch. Let me speed this up a little bit just to see, like, what happens. Okay, so it also takes unlock door. Okay. So, I'm going to cheat again. I'm going to start from scratch. Okay. So yeah, so if we... No. Okay. Phew. Okay, so it looks like this build is slightly different than the build that Casa has. Okay. Whew. Because, yeah, I'm definitely... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did not expect that one. Kick door. Ouch. Okay. So we need to implement another verb really quick. I'm glad I tried that. So... Kicking is an action Why don't I just hang on? What if I hit car? I don't think anything else, so why don't I understand kick something as hitting instead of hitting, say, ouch, because that's what it says. That's cute. Not really what I'm looking to do right now, but excuse me. Should be attacking, not hitting. My bad. Okay. Little bit of a museum piece thing. Whatever. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't disappear, this key. So my heart is a little bit less broken. So it looks like I tried a lot of different things in this. Drop news, push news, slide news, examine gap. Interesting. So it looks like this version does not have the disappearing key. So we don't need to keyhole the key. We don't need to keyhole or unkeyhole. However, we do need to determine. So I am going to purloin the key. So it seems to be locked. Okay. So unlock door with key. That doesn't seem to fit the lock. Okay. So this is something we can look up in the documentation. Which is keys. Locks and keys. I think that's a good place to start. Ah, yes. So the front door is a door. The front door is north of outside the front door. The front door is scenery. The front door is locked. The brass key unlocks the front door. Awesome. All right, all of that to say, cool. Enter door. Is north of the outside the front door and south of the front hallway, let's call it. And I'm going to say that this is a new book, and let's describe this, and we will start here, I guess, next week. So I want to say that, like, this is development. This is creating things. I'd really hoped that we would get farther, but again, maybe not. So let's hit replay. Let's see if that unlocks the door. I unlocked the front door. Awesome. Can I enter door? Yes. Okay. Nice. So just to remember what I'm doing here. Okay, so it's a book. The book is going to be book 6? Book 7. Wychwood. It keeps muting me every so often. And we'll start from here next week. So, our definition here is I am in the front hallway at the bottom of a staircase. Heck yeah, I'm still going. You're still up? Go to bed. Yeah, actually I'm just about to call it for the night. That used to being unemployed, huh? But yeah. We got significantly less far than I wanted to. But we got the first puzzle finished. Yeah, the hope was to get significantly farther, but you know, getting stuck for an hour on something that was really, really simple will do it. But we have finally gotten into the building. We have figured out how to open a door. A painting of Weeps. Hangs on the wall, and the front door is south. Close that. Oh, there's a period. So can we go south? Can we go north? Yay! All right, so our contents. So where have we gotten today? Well, we only added 1,000 words. It's because, in part, we got stuck for an hour, but also, like, we organized a bunch of stuff. We added, again, organization. I keep going back to that. We fixed some stuff that was broken. And we got a puzzle completely figured out. So we are up to 20 rooms and 29 things. So that's neat. We started making regions and then got frustrated. How is that unusual? And, yeah. So this is rad. I'm going to hit save. And then, is there anybody around to raid out to? Probably not. Oh, there is. All right. Full